So in the Florida program, only certain contributions qualify for the match. You get a 2-to-1 match for all of the contributions you need to qualify, and then it switches to 1-to-1 for the contributions after that. There are different thresholds depending on the office. The gubernatorial candidates can get more than have a different threshold to qualify, and where the match switches than cabinet level, and they're paid out on a rolling basis. So once you get that first set of matches, depending on the campaign finance report, the state doles out as you go, and as it gets closer to the campaign, it becomes on a weekly basis. The Miami-Dade program is much simpler. A candidate that qualifies gets a single lump sum payout. There are different thresholds depending on the office, and then there's 2 tiers within county commissioner. In both cases, there is a trust fund, and if finance is listening, I know that we can't have a true trust fund under Florida law, but they are called trust funds for both of these programs. They're provided by a variety of sources, but in both cases, there is a requirement to require the candidate to be opposed. Both programs, Florida and Miami-Dade, provide that only certain types of contributions qualify. There are geographic restrictions in both cases. So in Florida, it's got to be a state resident. There's no cap on the size of the contribution that would qualify, but only the first 250 would be matched. The Miami-Dade program, only contributions within a range of $100 to $500 qualify. So one of the features that you'll see in a lot of these programs is they're intended to amplify small dollar contributions, and so that's why in the Miami-Dade program you see this only the 100 to 500 contributions are used as qualifying. Both the state and the county programs limit the types of contributions that can be accepted. Both of them limit a candidate from providing personal funds to the campaign, and the Florida program also limits the ability to accept contributions from political parties at various levels. Both of the programs limit the types of expenditures that you can make. Those can be overall expenditures. Miami-Dade's program has a limit on the public funds specifically, that they can't be used for certain things that would be permissible for private contributions but aren't for the public funds. I'll also note that the Brennan Center, one of the Brennan Center documents that I read about this actually suggests that expenditure limits shouldn't be included in the programs, for what that's worth. And then finally, in the oversight category, both the state and the county programs that I looked at in Florida require additional documentation to substantiate that the qualifying contributions are in fact real. Both of them have an audit requirement, and both have penalties for non-compliance. So if council wanted to implement a program like this in the city of St. Petersburg, to keep in mind generally, the state writes its own laws and is limited only by federal and state constitutional limits. So they have wide latitude to permit a program as they see fit. The Miami-Dade has unique home rule powers among the various counties, so they have the ability to do certain things that no other local government in the state of Florida can do. And so the city has less ability is more restricted in its ability to do this than either of the programs that we looked at. So the memo talks about 3 different issues. The first is general preemption. The city exists because the state says it exists. The city can, unless it's prohibited by the federal or state constitutions, it can restrict the city's ability to do almost anything. And it could say that a public campaign finance program isn't allowed at any time and for any reason. So that's the case for any program that this council would ever look at. So that's not unique to this, but is something to keep in mind, I think, in view of the state's recent attempt to cancel this at the state level. And there's even, we see lots of preemption in the election context. There's currently a bill pending that would force local governments to go onto the even year election cycle and strip the local government's ability to pick their own election dates. So that's the headwind that we'd be going into with a program like this. The second legal issue that I brought up was the statutory contribution limit. Under state law, candidates for a municipal election are limited to $1,000 per person. Now, person is a key word. In most cases under state law, person does not include government. It includes individual people, flesh and blood people. It includes corporate entities that are formed by and made up of people. It usually doesn't include governments. And I think in this context, it would have to not include governments, because if that were the case, it would prohibit candidates from the state matching program from getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from the state matching program. So I think in this case, for a matching type program or a grant type program where the money was going directly from the government to a candidate under a formula provided by law, I don't think that statutory $1,000 per contribution per person limit would be an issue. Voucher programs slightly more complicated, because it's the vouchers going to the person, and then the person's giving the voucher to the campaign, and then the campaign redeems that for money. There could be an argument that that voucher should be counted against the contribution limit per person. And if we were going to go down that road, we would want to seek some legal guidance from the Division of Elections on that. The frequency of that guidance has dropped off sharply over the last few years from the Attorney General's office and the division. But we would certainly, if we were to go down that road, we would certainly still attempt to get it. The final legal consideration are the statutory, the preemption of municipal contribution limits. At a state, there is a state preemption that was enacted several years ago that says that local governments can't enact contribution limits that differ from the statutory standards. That was what actually led to the city repealing its local campaign fine ordinance that was on the books for a couple of years. And again, I think we would seek guidance from the state if we were to do something like this to see if that applied here. If the city was going to go down this road, there are a lot of policy questions that would be driving that. So the Brennan Center reports, the General Accounting Office reports talk about this at a very high level. There's generally a correlation between the type of program that you're going to pick and what is the main thrust of your program. So grant programs, by giving a lump sum of money, they're seen as the best tool to reduce barriers to entry for a potential candidate, including ones that don't have a lot of connections, don't have a lot of fundraising experience. If you collect a certain amount of contributions, here's a big chunk of money to get your campaign going. Matching programs are seen to amplify the impact of smaller contributions. You still have to do that small dollar fundraising. The more of it you do, the more matching you get. So you still have to do the fundraising, but it can amplify the impact of smaller contributions. And then the voucher programs are seen to expand overall citizen engagement by allowing citizens who would not normally have the disposable income to participate in the electoral process by making contributions. It would give them it would allow them to direct funding towards certain candidates and not others. That's the big question, because that drives what some of the other policy considerations council would have to look at. On the funding and revenue side, how much funding would be available to each candidate? What would the formula be? What would the matches be? Or what would the grant amounts be? Would it differ from candidate, the office to office? Would it differ based on primary versus general? If it was match, are there different matching ratios, and where would you switch from one to the other? And then the big question, where would the funding come from? The next bucket of qualification and participation requirements, council would need to look at, is the decision to participate irrevocable? If not, what happens if a candidate that started down this road, had started to receive public funding, wanted to get out of the program, to go back to the default rules and stop abiding by it? How would you unwind that? Would you ask for additional certification or training from a candidate or candidate treasurers? In terms of the qualifying contributions, which is really a key feature of the matching and grant type programs, what's the number? Are they limited to certain amounts? Are they just contributions from a flesh and blood person, a natural person, as it's called in law sometimes? Or would a business work? Is there a geographic limitation? We have a unique structure in St. Petersburg elections where we essentially have a closed primary based on geography, and then a general election that's citywide. So for a matching program for a council office, if there was a geographic limitation, would it be based on the district or would it be citywide? Under the charter, ultimately, candidates do represent the city as a whole. Do they need to reach a certain threshold in the aggregate, or is just the amount of those contributions enough? Would there be limits on contributions to the campaign, which I mentioned earlier, may be preempted? Would there be limits on expenditures? Both of the state programs we see have them, but we've got at least one outside group suggesting that that's not a good feature, that you should allow campaigns to spend as much as they want. And if you do have limits on the expenditures, are those limited to all of the funds that the candidate has, or are those limited to just the public funds, as we saw for Miami-Dade? And then finally, for the oversight category, questions that council would want to ask and then answer. What sort of additional documentation would be required for the contributions? Are there other types of documentation that you would want from a candidate related to the other requirements? Is there an audit requirement? Is it mandatory or discretionary? Is the audit going to happen, or is it just the city would have the right to do it? Is this available all the time or just after the election? Would the scope of the audit be limited to the public funds or all of the campaign funds? And then the biggest question is enforcement. And one of the things that we saw when we had campaign finance on the books several years ago was, unlike the state, which has multiple entities that are charged with enforcing our election laws to one extent or another, each of which has its own enforcement powers and investigatory powers, the city doesn't have that sort of subpoena power. So we would be relying on the agreement between the city and the candidate to participate in the program in exchange for receiving the public funds, and it would be a matter of essentially contract. Well, you promised if we gave you these public funds, you would agree to provide these things in return, and now you're not doing it. But that would be enforced through essentially contract action rather than some sort of inherent police power to investigate and issue subpoenas and dig into the details. So based on those policy decisions, if that's something the committee and ultimately council wants to pursue, we would develop an ordinance for consideration by the committee and for council. And although this could be placed in the charter as a long-standing requirement, that step is not required, and a simple ordinance would be enough to implement a program like this. And with that, I appreciate your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Brett, for that extensive explanation. I'm starting to get flashbacks of the conversation we have about the appointment process that Councilmember Gabbard and I started, with all the detail. When you start talking about elections and you start thinking about all the rabbit holes that you can go down, and the more you were talking, the more we're thinking about the appointment process that we started, that we still, by the way, haven't finished. So thank you for that. Before I get to some questions, I wanted to actually bring up, Councilmember Floyd actually talked a little bit about it, but I want to give some numbers because I was curious how much we saved, how much voter participation increased based on the changes. And Councilmember Floyd talked about the $1 million, obviously, that we saved, but I pulled up the last races so we know what numbers we're talking about, changing our elections so it coincides with the governor's race or the presidential race, the state and federal races. So back in 2019, when you had District 1, 3, 5, and 7 up for election, you had voter turnout of a little bit over 33,000 in District 1, a little bit over 34,000 in District 3, a little bit over 33,000 in District 5, and in District 7, a little bit over 33,000, okay? After the change this year, the districts that ran, which is again District 3, District 5, and District 7, we have the council members here that won those districts. The change caused the number of people to participate from the low 33s to 116,000, a little bit over that in District 3, 114,000 in District 5, and in District 7, 114,000. That's a huge change. So there is no question that the change caused a big difference in voter participation. The elections that happen for my district and the other districts that run at the time as the mayor runs are usually a little higher because the mayor was running. And I expect those to also go up as incrementally as the ones that went up. So I just want people to understand the participation rate is hugely different. So that's important to know. In terms of the money spent, I pulled up some of the numbers, and since we were talking about what is the effect of the changes, District 5 was around $110,000, $111,000 between the top two candidates. Councilmember Fig Sanders is here, and the person who ran against her. District 3, the highest was $130,000, and the second highest was $82,000. But in District 7, the person who won spent the least. And that was $17,000. So it just, to me, it's really interesting to kind of look at the numbers and where they are at. And so if you actually break that down by voter participation, your cost to reach people is actually lower because more people participated, and your cost to reach everyone is much lower. My race, when I ran, I couldn't get all the numbers from those races. I had to put in, and I was told over $100,000 to run for a city council race. And I think most people probably here agree. When they talk to candidates, they're going to say, when you're consultants, they're going to say, you're going to have to spend around $100,000. By the way, I was going to meet my $100,000. My opponent had put in 250 something thousand at the end in my race. And my consultants were like, well, he's putting in X amount of money. I'm like, I'm done. This is an arms race. You told me 100,000. I'm not raising any more money. And I stopped raising money because at some point, there's only so much money you can put into something. And that's it. And so it's interesting because sometimes you see candidates who put in more money and lose, and sometimes it works out the other way around. And so I just want to kind of throw that out there because it would be interesting to hear everyone's perspective. Obviously, everyone here has run for office. But the fact that we're thinking about kind of looking at this and seeing, how we're going to change this and whether it's going to make any specific changes, whether to the system that may cause, these things to kind of move the needle in any of these things. How does that affect these things in terms of voter participation, allowing outside money? How does that kind of fix some of the issues that have been raised? And if those issues are really issues that kind of affected these races here, because this was the only race after we changed the election that we can actually have an example. So I just kind of threw that out there and before we got started, but I think Councilmember Harding, you were the first one that raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Floyd, for bringing this up. It's a very, very interesting topic that I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about, which I shouldn't have because Brett changed all that. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very in-depth, and I think I understand much better. I struggle. I understand why Councilmember Floyd brought this. I wrap my hands around that. I struggle with the other side. On its basic level, the idea that public funding would be used for me to, at its very basic level, apply for a job. I struggle with funding that. How that money gets used is irrelevant, and the public perception of that as well. And the other thing that I'm working through is that elected positions uniquely don't exist the same way that every other job in this room exists. And in order for Brett to apply for the job, he had to have a law degree in the very beginning. And to apply to run for office, there is no prerequisites of any kind in terms of bringing skills. And so the election itself becomes that limiting factor. And there are things that go into that qualify you for the job. I am very interested in listening to what my colleagues have to say. I am inclined to pass, but I would like my my opinion to be swayed. Thank you, Chair.
Committee member. Okay, so no other committee member, I was just giving it to committee first.
I'll wait.
Chair, you
Go
want to
ahead.
wait?
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Floyd and Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I was just going to add some follow-up because Brett did give us quite a thorough explainer. My intent is to get feedback from committee members, and before I ask legal and myself to dive in a hole that says we will design something.
Right.
Yeah, I want to hear the feedback first because it would be something complicated to design. But Brett told us a lot of things, but I think that my key takeaway is that if we were to move forward, I would work with him to present the most simple and easily administrable possibility with some options so that we could design it together as a group, but really try not to bring anything too complicated. For example, there was conversations about ensuring that funds are spent on specific items. I personally wouldn't support something like that because I feel it would be very hard to administer, or contribute, or expenditure caps. I think they're legally questionable and difficult to administer, so I wouldn't bring anything like that. Also think they're not advisable based off of the stuff that Brennan Center said, like with things like political committees nowadays, there's no way we can actually limit people's expenditures. So while there is a lot of considerations, I think I would bring something forward that's very, very simple and as digestible as possible in order to, like Vice Chair Hanowitz said, avoid us going on like this forever. And then just two comments about the couple of things that have been said by committee members so far. One is, to your point, Councilmember Hanowitz, about the cost of elections, like in each one. And like, the changing the cost. It's less about like the individual elections and more about the trend that we've experienced as a city over the last like decade. And then the other thing is to Councilmember Harding's thing about the public perception. I think that question's just completely answered by, and that was why I waited till after the last election to have this discussion, because if the public had in St. Pete or across the state had voted to end the state's campaign financing program, I would have just been like, never mind, we'll remove this from the furrow list. But I waited until we got those results, and what we saw was a majority of people in every single precinct in St. Pete supported the state program. And so that's why I thought the public perception question, I waited till we got a pretty definitive answer on that before I brought it forward. So anyway, I'll leave it there for now. But yeah, again, my intent is to just get feedback because this could be a lot of work. And, if people are interested, I'm willing to go do that work with legal. And I think legal's willing to do it with me as well. I think that Brett enjoyed having this conversation. And so that's my intent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. So I thought this was really interesting, being one of those first candidates that actually ran in the off cycle, that I got so much warning against doing so. But in order to save the city money, I guess that was beneficial. First, lived experience, and I'm looking at your concerns, Councilmember Floyd, when you talk about the escalation of costs. It was. My first campaign won with maybe $42,000, and that's because it was a earning competition of the candidates. It wasn't based on the district; it was based on the candidates. So we may have been equally financially capable, and that was because I think that candidate was like 44. So that's what that came out. This particular race, I had a lot of support as an incumbent, but then they were financially, they had money. Like that. So that raised that particular district. It wasn't that District 5 changed, it was the candidates that caused that number to go up. So I don't know how we can control that. A race being overshadowed, yeah, kind of, sort of, and it worked on my behalf. The smaller ones, because all the panels and things were concentrating on, you're absolutely right, the higher races. It is your concern, but in my experience, it is a fact. I'm kind of in agreement with Councilmember Harding about and I just heard you talk about the public perception. If I had to take campaign dollars, I wouldn't want to take it from taxpayers that didn't intentionally directly give it to them. When people supported me, they supported me, and I appreciated that. And I was able to maneuver my expenses based on what my experiences were as a candidate and running. So trying to keep it consistent amongst candidates is that a part of the purpose? Is that the fundraising piece, you want everybody to be on the same level? I'm just trying to grasp the overall.
Making it easier for people who don't have connections to participate in our electoral process is a big part of that.
Gotcha, okay. So I'm thinking about this, because as I'm reading it, I'm still trying to compare this to lived experience. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, but I'm still not in that same realm yet about using public funds for someone that, one of the things that I'm in here, one of the things about running for office is, I know you might not already have the money, but a hard work comes with that, and the majority of that hard work is fundraising. Hate it, hate it, hate it. But how much skin would be in the game if someone just gave you money to run for office? Now, the positive side of that is that you have some very good candidates, very good potential candidates that just can't seem to raise that money, and we're keeping their voices silent because they're concentrating on the dollars. So that's why I said when I read this, I was just kind of very confused as to how I think about it, especially after the last experience. Because you're right, my finances was like 3 times what I had to raise the first time. So I'm still confused, and I just want to hear what everyone else says about it. But my experiences in running, I'm still struggling with going by that state program. Thank you, Chair.
Good points, Councilmember Fig Sanders, because it is true in terms of like who is in the race, depending on how much you have to raise. In my race, my opponent was worth millions of dollars, so he had put in a ton of money. But going back to, I think, some of the things that have been said, what's interesting about our city council races is we have to run in our primary, which means it's a closed primary. It's what, 30-something thousand, 33,000, 35,000 people in the district around there.
More now, I think.
Maybe more now, whatever the numbers are, but somewhere around there is what you're running in terms of your primary. And I think when you start seeing kind of what happens, the district really has to know you, which I think kind of helps candidates, even when people do have money, because we've had people that do have money come in, people that actually know you in the area, because that happened in my district. I just wanted to kind of like talk about a little bit like what Councilmember Fig Sanders said. That happened when I ran, but people in my district, I was engaged in my district. People knew me, and I think that made a world of a difference when I ran. And so I think those things are intangibles that, especially in a closed primary, do really matter because of the way our system is, and every other system, however by the way, Miami-Dade County, you're talking a much bigger, broader subsection of people, or even the state in terms of reaching voters. The voters we reach, the most of the time, they're probably going to know us much better than they do at the state or county level, whatever. But I think those kind of things are just some intangibles that some of the council members and committee members here are touching upon from their experiences. So just wanted to kind of add to Councilmember Fig Sanders and what she said, because I found the money thing that issue happened in my race, and I knew it was an arms race. At some point, there's only so much you could do. But Chair Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. Clarifying question real quick, Brett. So these three programs, no matter which you choose, doesn't preclude you from accepting a donation from a business, an organization. It just enhances smaller donations essentially, or gives you a lump sum if you hit some certain metric. Am I getting that right?
There are a few programs out there that once you've accepted the money, those are the full grant or clean democracy. The idea being like, those are really focused on trying to eliminate the perception of public interests.
Yeah.
Like, well, I got all my money from the government, no individual bought me, and those are sometimes referred to as clean campaigns. Those obviously would be very expensive, and I think you'd see those, are more likely to see those in places that have a cap, like an existing cap on how much a candidate could raise. We don't have that in Florida. It's a per donor cap, so that would be very difficult to implement one of those. Some of them do. Both of the Florida programs, the state program and the Miami-Dade program, do put limits on how much you can give to yourself.
Yeah, I saw that.
And the Miami-Dade one or the Florida one has a limit on how much you can get from political party. A lot of these were designed prior to Citizens United, prior to the super PAC, so that's like another something that's off to the side is, as Councilmember Floyd mentioned, there are other avenues out there that unlimited monies can be spent in support of or
Yeah, I
in
mean, that's
opposition
kind of where I was
to.
dovetailing to, which is, it also doesn't preclude you from using soft money.
None of these programs touch on that. They don't. This is really, these are the traditional, true, directly under the control of the candidate's campaign funds.
Okay.
And you can ask them to forego certain types of outside donations, but it's not you don't have to have that as part of any of these.
Okay. That's where I'm struggling. I'm struggling in a couple of different areas, and by the way, I appreciate this much more than I thought I would. And so, I at the beginning of it, I was not enthusiastic to have this conversation, but frankly, I've learned a lot, and going through this, I certainly was open to the conversation. I appreciate both your memo, Councilmember Floyd, and your memo, Brett. But I just think we're trying to simplify, and it's going to make things more complicated. Now a candidate could get a matching grant from the city, or excuse me, a match or a grant, either or, depending on the program. If we moved forward with one, and I could still take in thousands of dollars from special interests, so I could do both. I don't love that. And then I could still raise as much money as I wanted to in a PAC. And so that those things don't jive to me, and then also, and I hate to put it this way, but I just some quick math. If we had done, let's just say we had done a match program in the last election, and half of the donations were available for a match, then we would have spent over $250,000 on people that aren't sitting here today. Just if 50% of those were match eligible. And I hate to use that as the example, because it's certainly not a waste of money, because the more people running, the better ideas come out of the election, and I think better people come out of the election. But I think, going back to Councilmember Harding's point, I mean, we're giving money away to apply for a job that you're not going to get. There are going to be some people that don't get the job, and that doesn't sit well with me. And so, I was very lucky last year where I went unopposed in a special election. There were 4 people in the primary, and I worked my butt off in that election, and so I think I raised just about the same amount of money as my general election opponent, and I really think it had nothing to do with the money. I think I just worked harder. But you know, I'm biased. So anyway, I'm glad we had this conversation. I was significantly more open to it coming into it today, but just where I'm at this point, I think it was good to look at it, but I think it just makes things more complicated, and I would rather save the 1.1 million than have it go back out the door again. So that's where I'm at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So there were a couple of concerns that I haven't touched upon yet that I had. You just mentioned the super PAC issue. And the other thing, because this doesn't prevent super PACs, the other thing that is outside groups helping candidates. So Brett, obviously, outside groups could go and put their resources behind a candidate and help them. That doesn't stop it either.
No, those are outside the scope of a program like this.
Right. So you can have candidates and tons of resources are put by outside groups to help candidates all the time. And so you have that, you have super PACs. And some of this, I mean, the outside group helping sometimes you don't see in the numbers. And so that doesn't prevent any of that. But the other big concern I had, and there are issues, is some of the enforcement problems on this issue. And the enforcement issue meaning you're running a race and we have no investigatory powers, no police powers, no subpoena powers. You may do a contract, they violate the contract. How do you enforce that? And then you're in the middle of a race and the candidate wants to go ahead and accuse another candidate of not following that contract or doing something and claiming violations are occurring. And what is our power, which we have none, to actually resolve that issue? And it could be politically charged. And then you're bringing in the city somehow. That is not resolved for me in any of this because the state program, they have enforcement methods. We have none. And campaigns get ugly. And people make accusations and valid or not valid, and now we're bringing in another way for someone to make an accusation against someone that could be unfounded, and we have no way. We've created this rule, and then we have no way to do anything about it. And so that is extremely concerning to me about it. So, and I think this is a wonderful exercise because I will tell you, I had no idea. First of all, this is a lot of information, a lot of analysis. I thought it's a great conversation to have in terms of analyzing the choice we made. We made a choice, and by the way, I think some of us were like, did we do the right thing after we had the vote of changing the election from odd years to even years? Because I'm pretty sure at some point we didn't know how it was going to turn out. And now we've seen an election happen, and frankly, it was extremely active, all the candidates in terms of all the races. You had a variety of people run those races, and 3 of those people that won the races are here today. And some of them didn't raise the most money in their race. And so I'm trying to figure out what issue we're solving, because the issue that was raised, which was, okay, candidates have to spend more money, it's not necessarily they're spending more money. It depends on the race you're running and who you're running against. And there's so many other factors. It's not, I spent more money in 2020 running for my 2021 running for that race. And so I spent $120-something thousand. That's more than some people spend on the races this time around. And I think that had partly to do with my district. And every district is going to be different because sometimes, depending on the district and who's running, it's going to be more expensive to run in a district because you're going to have people that are probably going to be putting more resources or whatever candidate runs against you. So I think those are variables that affect also how much money you put in. Everything's getting more expensive, no question about it. And you're right, there are things that are getting more expensive, and races are. Everything is getting more expensive. But when I look at the numbers and what people spend, and I think of what I spent in 2021, I spent more than a lot of the people that ran in any of these races. And so for me, and am I going to spend more? I will tell you this, if I have to spend much more than what I spent, I'm not going to want to run. I mean, at one point I'm going to be like, that's it. Like I told my consultants last time, I'm not spending any more money, because it's either people like you or they don't, and money only gets you so far. So I said that then when I ran. I still believe it. I think the residents here know the people that are running in their district, and usually the top two are the people that kind of either get their message, and also the people in those districts know, because we don't have to reach a whole state, a whole county. And I think all of us probably got to know our district and our neighborhoods very well when we were running our races. So, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just speaking as the candidate who spent the least amount of money to get here, I think it's important to note, Councilmember Floyd, I certainly understand your intent with this new business item, but just, I don't know, as a fiscal conservative, I find it difficult to spend taxpayer dollars on something like this, especially when you take the chance of electing ideological extremists, folks who exacerbate political organizations and positions. It's a tough argument, but to everyone else's point, I mean, the way I got here was hard work. It was my skill set, and it was merit. I ran against a candidate who was well-funded, outraised me, probably quadrupled what I raised, had the name recognition. And so it wasn't necessarily the connections, because he had twice as many, if it's not probably 3 times as many connections as I had, but I worked hard. I showed up. I did what he didn't do, and that's what got me here. I certainly don't want to handicap anyone, but I don't want to give anyone else any more of an advantage than what we had. We all had to work hard to get here. And I certainly think that's what we need to do is push hard work. I don't know. I think we have to focus on the broader issue here, and to me, this doesn't address that issue. It's about spending limits on campaigns. You know, you should not have to spend $100,000 on a job that pays $60,000. You know, it's the morality. And I certainly understand what you're trying to get to here, but we got to look at enforcement, just like every other ordinance or law that we pass. You know, how is it going to be enforced? Who's the burden that has to be bore here? It's tough. So. Right now, I mean, I wouldn't mind having a deeper conversation, especially about how we're going to fund this. So I would support bringing it to council.
Councilmember Floyd.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up in that. One is I want to go back to like conversations around enforcement. Those enforcement conversations are applicable when we have spending limits and limits to and limits as to what you can spend the funds on. And I would not support any of that because we don't have the enforcement mechanism. And the organizations that study this issue do not advise those limits because of the exact problems you described. The way that I think about this is the way that I think we think about a lot of things that happen at City Hall. We are, to say it nicely, severely limited in our legislative and regulatory powers because of state preemption. So we choose to do incentivization instead. We had a discussion about LDRs earlier today, and we were talking about bonuses that we give if you do certain things, things like that. It's a similar conversation in that we're simply like using public money to encourage a certain behavior. So, if you are saying you get a match for every small dollar donation, we're encouraging you to lean on small dollar donations instead of big money from outside organizations. It's that kind of idea that we're not able to regulate, and that's why I brought something like this forward, because if we're able to regulate, oh my God, I would be like, no super PACs, no outside organizations, individuals only, $100 donation limit, things like that. But we're not able to. So that's why I brought this forward, because it's the next best alternative, which we've seen used a similar situation over and over again. I also brought it forward because I'm not speculating when I say the public supports a program like this. It's not speculation. Every precinct in this city supported the continuation of the state program. And so, you know, the argument that voters and the public are going to struggle with it holds no water. And then the only other thing I'd say is that the core problem is not something individual or unique to our city or the elections that take place in our city. The core problem is American democracy is bought and paid for by the highest bidder, period. 96% of people who win elections in this country are the people who raise the most money. And so that's yes, this is not going to end that. This is not going to, this is not going to be the end all be all to that problem, but it's the only step that we can take in that direction. And it's one that repeatedly the public shows is one of the top issues that we have. And this is the only way that we legally have to attack it. And that's why I proposed it. You know, the only thing I would say going forward is I could spend some time figuring out exactly the contours of what's possible for us, and then briefly present it later on, because I do think right now this is a really broad conversation. But I brought us a really broad conversation because I simply needed feedback in the sunshine. Like, I can't get it any other way. And so I brought us a really broad conversation before I went down any rabbit holes to bring us something that we maybe spent a lot of time on. I can bring us something simple and say, this is what I would recommend, and you know, we can get instant feedback. But it might be that me and Brett sit down to do it, and we feel like, based off of today's feedback, I'm going to rewatch this meeting later and read the minutes as well, that we might not feel comfortable with that. So I'll leave it there for now. But I've heard people loud and clear. I think the hurdles are quite large, so I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'll spend some time working on it.
Councilmember Fake Sanders.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't forget both of my points. The first one is to your example of we incentivize people all the time. Generally, the result of those incentives, we garner a benefit from it. This, if we incentivize new candidates to run, if they lose, they lose. We get nothing from that. There's no return on that investment from that person walking away. They were interested in running for office. I get it, but we don't get anything as a city. How we could benefit from this, and I want you to consider this. If we as a city, we contracted and make agreements with other organizations all the time. If there are individuals that want to run for office, they don't have the dollars to run for office, there's a incentivization right there. You get yourself prepared. You know how we give grants and microfunds and all this other kind of stuff, that are people that are actually ready, they're bought in to move it to the next step or the next level. Well, if they need those desired entry funds to now be able to compare or to compete with others that are coming into the race, well, there you go. They've gone through, I mean, because we do it all the time. We outside contract other organizations to prepare that candidate or not candidates, because this is the first, but you know, those programs, consider doing that. That's just a thought, because I still have a problem with the taxpayers' dollars and us losing, because Chair Gertis, when he put it in dollar terms, that made a huge impact. But I already was not at that point where I would say I would move it forward. What I would do is love to hear, and I'm not putting any more work on you, Brett, but I would love for you all to have a conversation to bring us a couple of more options to consider, because again, I'm going back to my grassroots experience of having to start from round one and losing the possibility of, just in case you all haven't realized it, we're finding a hard time finding people to actually run for office. And I can only imagine the finances is one of those reasons. Not just finances, but they got to be qualified too. We need good people. But I would love to see if there are some options that we could work to help incentivize some of those that would love to run for office and they need help. And I'm not saying our help, I'm saying assistance. to get to that next level, because we need those in this political arena, and like you said, not the ones that were bought by the highest dollars, because I've seen it. Just because you raise the most money does not guarantee a win. Vice Chair Hannah was absolutely correct. It's your connection in that area that you're running in. So I would ask that we continue this conversation after you all have had, because I'm not going to just say no, because I would love to see how we can assist in other ways. So I'll leave that request there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Curtis, and then Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to find a middle ground where I'm okay having a further discussion. I wanted to provide my feedback if you were going to go do that. I would have no program in the primary, and so no funding whatsoever come from the city in the primary. And it would be a cap, and it would be a small, I mean, I say small, $25,000 to $50,000 in the general election. I'm open to that conversation. I still don't like spending the money, but when I think about the most you're going to have is 4, maybe 5 if you had a special, and then 5 if you have the mayor. You know, when I think about 1.1 million of savings and you're spending 250, I'm open to the conversation, but I'm not open to it in the primary, in the district, because frankly, I don't think how much money you raise in the primary matters. It's knocking on doors. And so, and I know we may have a fundamental difference on that, and I'm okay with it, but I wouldn't be comfortable in a 6-person primary having half the match come in the primary and then half the match coming later, or whatever we decided to do. I'm just not comfortable with it. So in the spirit of trying to find a path to a middle ground, that would be my feedback. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Sure. Councilmember Givens?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't have my hand.
Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Anyone else? Councilmember Floyd.
I appreciate that, Chair Gertis, actually. You raise a good point. There is a unique wrinkle to our electoral system in St. Petersburg that I don't personally like. You know, the citywide general election after the district election. And, you know, my problem with it is you get a year to introduce yourself to the district, which is a lot easier by knocking on doors. And then you have 10 weeks, well, 5 weeks before mail ballots come out to introduce yourself to a group of a population 10 times the size of the city. You make a very good point. You know, I personally have knocked on 10,000 doors in this city, and it is a very difficult situation, and you get no time to do that in the general election. So you do present a very interesting perspective there. And I'll just take that in mind. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I appreciate it. And Councilmember Fig Sanders as well, you presented a very interesting idea also. This is the kind of feedback I was hoping to solicit from this conversation.
Yeah, and it's funny because Chair Gertis said that, and I was thinking to myself, because when I was talking in terms of our districts when we're running, I don't think there is an issue in our districts, and I think people need to know you. And if you decide to run for office one day and you hadn't done anything in your district, that's on you. Like, I just, okay, I want to run for office, but I think people should be engaged. It's not just that year that you're running. I think a lot of us and a lot of people end up there through a long process. And that involves some community engagement in whatever form that may end up being in your community. So that's where I'm like, in the district, when I see people running, you know, the people that have been there and have worked it and are part of the district, and the general is much more difficult, obviously, to get your name out. So I agree with that. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, what you come up with. But I just wanted to kind of add to that in terms of the running for your primary in your district, how I felt about that. The general does have it's more reach. Okay. Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. Yes.
So two points briefly. One, just generally on Councilmember Fig Sanders, on your suggestion to leverage outside organizations. The problem with that in this context is that contribution limit that I talked about. We can give money directly to people because we're not a person under campaign finance law. The moment an external group starts getting involved, they are a person and they can give no more than $1,000 to an individual candidate, whether it's direct cash or even in-kind support. So that's where you can start to run into it. We'll look at it, but I just wanted to manage expectations on that.
And just for the record, Chair Gertis was being very, very generous when he said $25,000, because initially I would think a high number to get someone started. That wouldn't have been my recommendation. So I would still like to see what the donation limits could be even in that case. Because if they're starting, they're doing just that, they're starting. They're getting financial support. So I didn't give a dollar amount.
And the other thing is, in the interest of keeping this at a high level, what we bring back for further discussion could be, if the committee is open to it, not full-blown legislation with all of like the super precise, making sure the comma is in the right place, and more of a conceptual model to look at, which would make it a little bit easier potentially to digest several options. So I'm happy to work with Councilmember Floyd on that. And I'm happy to do the work. I'm here to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Attorney Pettigrew, like always, you've given us a lot of food for thought in your memo, and Councilmember Floyd, you have as well in terms of this issue, based on a decision that City Council made to change the elections. I'm glad that we are having this conversation, and we'll continue this conversation like we're continuing the other conversation on appointments. And if there is nothing else from the committee or anyone else, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assist, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y banyans. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido, porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada.
Thank you.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces like this one to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demens and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demens is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demens had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demens, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there, and you got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. what a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we are used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We'll call to order the February 27th, 2025 meeting of the City Council Economic and Workforce Development Committee. Could we start with a roll call, please?
Driscoll.
Here.
Vic-Sanders.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us for today's meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And next we have the approval of our meeting minutes from January 16th, 2025.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll go on to our new business. We have one item for today, and that is an update from our greenhouse team. And presenting today for that, we have Brian and Tracy. So good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you today on the greenhouse. We are joined by members of our greenhouse team, led by our manager, Ms. Tracy Smith. Also in the audience, we've got Brittany Cagle, one of our fabulous greenhouse team members, and also want to just acknowledge our other team members that weren't able to join today from the greenhouse, Andrea McDonald, Chris Griffin, and Deidre Green-Larkin. So appreciate all of the work that they've done to make today's presentation possible. We're also joined by 4 businesses that will speak on some of their struggles, how they've interacted with the greenhouse, and success stories that they've had as a result of their interactions with the city. Unfortunately, one of our speakers was not able to join us today. He has fallen ill, but he did send over some comments that he would like us to share with the committee. So I'm going to do that, and then I will turn it over to Tracy to walk you through some greenhouse updates, statistics, and new initiatives that we plan for 2025. So first, good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Maisonette, and I am the owner and operator of iMedic Cell Repair. We are the first fully mobile electronic repair shop in Tampa Bay. We service everything from phones and tablets to laptops and game consoles. All repairs are done in our shop on wheels, and most screens take less than 15 minutes to replace. I wanted to join you today to speak to the impact the greenhouse has had on my business and our community as a whole. I'll start with some background about myself. I'm 27. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? I started my company back in 2020. Before becoming an entrepreneur, I worked in sales for 5 years. After learning to repair devices and seeing the potential of working for myself, I quit my job at the end of 2021, and I have been operating my business full-time ever since. Participating in the Greenhouse's microfund program has affected my business in a couple of ways. The uptick in volume we saw from our Q4 2023 advertisement campaign catapulted us to our first year reaching 6 figures in revenue. The curriculum we were given to access providers provided us with useful tools to help fuel growth. One workshop highlighted networking misconceptions, like handing out your card to every person at an event is actually ineffective. Another webinar outlined the power of AI and how to leverage it beyond surface-level tasks, which has helped us streamline processes like finding new editing software options separated by popularity, capability, and cost, or using it to brainstorm ideas for social media content. I've spoken to fellow entrepreneurs that have said their doors would have closed without the resources the greenhouse has made available. Their presence is invaluable, and I am grateful we have a space at our disposal to help us thrive and continue bringing more jobs to our city. So we thank Joe for sending that over, and certainly we hope that he feels better soon. And with that, I will turn it over to our greenhouse manager, Ms. Tracy Smith, to walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, Brian, and good morning, Chair Driscoll and committee members. Thank you so much for having us here today. I looked at the calendar and I realized it's been over a year, like a year and a half almost since our last update. So certainly happy to return today to share the good news of what we've been up to at the greenhouse. And I see that we have some new members to the committee, so happy to just provide a bit of an overview also of who we are and what we do at the greenhouse. Again, my name is Tracy Smith. I am the manager at the greenhouse, and my other title is Small Business Liaison as well. And so who we are and what we do at the greenhouse: we are St. Pete's home to empowering small businesses, encouraging that entrepreneurial mindset, and creating an opportunity for all. That's very important to us, that inclusion. We are the place where businesses can start to grow and thrive, making connections for businesses. It's important for us to serve all and create that impact. The greenhouse is a collaboration between the City of St. Pete and the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, and that's been very helpful to us as well in providing opportunity in both of those spaces. I want to also, for our newest members, just share that not only do we serve businesses in the City of St. Pete, but we also serve businesses, all businesses outside of the city as well. I call us the sister department to the Office of Supplier Diversity. And so since the Office of Supplier Diversity serves the 5-county region, we do that as well, providing capacity building services for those businesses. In addition, one of our partners in service is SCORE, which is a national organization. And because many of our services are offered virtually, we also engage with entrepreneurs all over the country for those who access our workshops through SCORE. Additionally, we have a robust on-demand library, and those virtual training opportunities do allow us, again, to connect with businesses all over the country. Who we help. Businesses at every stage of business development. So that first stage of someone saying, I think I want to start a business, but I don't know where to go. We call that the ideation stage. From businesses who are in that starting range of 1 to 3 years to existing businesses who are looking for ways to grow and expand, we have services there to support them. And we do that through business workshops, through mentoring, through cohort programs, through networking opportunities, just a complete array of services. What you see at the bottom are our 5 tenets of service. That first one is navigation. That is our core service there. That is where businesses, how we connect with businesses through navigation. It's kind of 2 ways that we do that. That intake navigation, when businesses first reach out to us, they are connected with a staff member at the greenhouse, and that person is called a navigator. Actually, everybody at the greenhouse is a navigator. From the time that someone engages with someone at the greenhouse, they are assigned to a staff person as their navigator, and that becomes their go-to person. Whether they decide, maybe entrepreneurship is not for me, maybe I'll come back and engage later on, that person who they first made that connection with is that navigator that they will follow up with later on. Or if they continue to engage with us for future opportunities, that is still their person. That navigator also is the person who helps them get connected with their mentor, helps them get connected with other resources as well. We also have outward-looking navigation through our new program that we're continuing to build out, and that's our business district navigation. I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit later. But that is really one of the bread and butter resources at the greenhouse. Also, connection. It's very important for us to be able to connect entrepreneurs to resources. Brian mentioned our team members. It's not a long list, so we like to say that we are lean and mean in our operation. But collaboration is key to how we operate at the greenhouse. We have many different partners, so even though we are the home to small business empowerment, that one-stop shop where business owners can come to the greenhouse and we can connect them to services. If there is not a partner at the greenhouse that can deliver a service, we can connect entrepreneurs to other organizations in the entrepreneurial ecosystem to find that particular service that they need. Third is awareness. We love to spread the good news of successes that our businesses are experiencing. So we love to share business spotlights, to feature our businesses in the newsletter, to get the word out. Also, that awareness of important information that businesses need to know. For instance, when we were experiencing the back-to-back hurricanes, we were keeping our disaster awareness, disaster preparedness, disaster recovery page very much up to date. And Brittany, who is here in the room, was doing a phenomenal job in keeping that page up to date so that our entrepreneurs could have up-to-minute information. Also, using our social media to do that as well. Capacity building is very important as well. We take pride in our ability to connect business owners with mentoring services at no cost. And I tell you, last year we put out an RFQ, so for other partners to kind of expand our reach for others who want to have the opportunity to engage with the greenhouse. And when I saw some of those quotes come in for what organizations are charging for mentoring services, and I can see what those rates are, and to see that we have organizations that are offering that at the greenhouse on a daily basis at no cost for business owners, it is quite the value that we're able to offer these mentoring services, high quality mentoring services at no cost through our partners with SCORE and the Small Business Development Center. So mentoring, business workshops, networking, anything that we can do to build capacity with business owners, we take pride in that. And finally, the coordination of services, coordination of business incentives. So we work with our other city departments to be able to put together a variety of types of business incentives, such as the one that we're operating right now our microfund program. This page shows where we are right now, how we wrapped up 2024 with our demographics and with our engagement. We're very happy to see that we did increase our engagement with those who we served across the board. Also happy to see generally across the board our increased engagement in a variety of areas of demographics. You'll also see that we have added some areas that we are tracking as recommended through this committee with our LGBTQ plus area, and veterans, we have added that as an area that we are tracking. I was surprised to see our engagement took a slide with our Black clients, and but I also noticed too that the no race response has increased. So I want to dig a little bit deeper into that number. We took some additional outreach efforts in 2024, especially during Black Business Month with our open house, inviting Black businesses in to participate with that, and also our Black Business Walk, and really did some additional efforts. So I'm interested to see where that slide went. I suspect I have some ideas of what's happening there, but I want to kind of look into that data a little bit more. We are, with our addition of our Office of Supplier Diversity and the work that they're doing there, I suspect that there's more opportunity for us to work on ensuring that clients who are engaging with Office of Supplier Diversity are aware of the capacity building and networking opportunities at the greenhouse as well. So there is work to do there. I wanted to share this slide because it's very interesting. For those of you who were aware when we first launched the microfund program, there were some concerns about who would be able to access the program. Formerly, there were some concerns about programs in the South St. Pete CRA and accessibility and who was accessing those programs. If you look at this data for mentoring and navigation and participation in the South St. Pete CRA, it's interesting to see that the majority of the participants were women. So we found that to be very interesting there. So I wanted to share that data. This is our resource page that we built out during right at around the time of our last update. And I wanted to share this so that we can kind of look at it slide by slide in the upcoming slides. I was just sharing with Brian right before the presentation that when I checked on these links, I was a little dismayed to see that for some of these areas on our website, the minority and women-owned business, the LGBTQ-owned business, and those two areas, there are two links that we have there that are linked to our SCORE partner, and SCORE is the technical assistance arm of the SBA. Those two areas have been wiped, have been washed. So we will need to do, this is one of the challenges that we're seeing, and so we will need to do work here into rebuilding these sites with other alternative resources for these groups. The veteran-owned business is still fully functional. And so these next upcoming slides, I just wanted to spotlight some of the work that we've been doing in these areas with business spotlights. We have our business navigator, Jose Cid, who is fluent in Spanish and is able to engage with our Hispanic business owners who need that accessibility. We also have been able to increase our referrals to Prospera. That's another partner. As I mentioned before, if we don't have it at the greenhouse, we are happy to refer to other partners. And Prospera is one of our entrepreneurial partners in our ecosystem who, similarly to the greenhouse, offers business mentoring, workshops, and they are also a funder as well. Our St. Pete Chamber partner continues to liaise with our Hispanic Chamber. And my colleague Andrea had a recent participation in Latin American trade reception for delegates from Mexico. And then what we're seeing, just not only with our Hispanic business owners, but it's just across the board, increased engagement across all of our programming. So this is something that we're very proud of. Oftentimes, what we had seen in the past is a client may come in and engage, come to a workshop, or come to mentoring. But what we're seeing more frequently is clients participating in multiple programming opportunities. So this is something that we're excited about and proud about, and I really attribute that to the work of the navigators and really explaining the benefits of participating across all programming. This slide accentuates the work that we're doing with our Black businesses. I mentioned the open house, the walk, the BIPOC Business Quarterly Connection. This is one of our chamber deliverables. There was two sessions held in 2024. I know that our chamber partner is working on a revamp of this programming, and so they will be providing a different version of this for 2025. And increased Black business engagement across programming, we're seeing this as well. Our LGBTQ plus business support update, we did have the panel last year and that went very well. We were excited about that and we're going to continue that this year but expand it. So I have had a meeting with our LGBTQ city liaison, Eric Vaughn, and we will be having a panel series for 2025, and these are the topics for that series. So certainly looking forward to that. We also today have planned with the LGBTQ plus chamber with Renee Cantu a series as well. So there's a workshop actually planned this midday today at the greenhouse. So this is exciting because we have actually started a use agreement with the Tampa Bay LGBT chamber. So this is exciting because this is the second use agreement in expanding access to the greenhouse that we have in play. With our veteran business owners, the chamber is continuing their Entrepreneurial Academy with the Veterans Grant. So there's another academy starting next month in March, and this one will be a Veterans Grant opportunity as well. One of our speakers, two of our speakers today participated in that academy, so they can tell you a little bit more about that. We did have our Veterans Business Service workshop offered a couple of times last year. And we did have that. I did reach out to the hub, as I promised, last year. Did not get much traction with that, but I do plan to give it another try this year. The idea of having those mentoring opportunities at the Innovation District. So I'm going to give that another try. And again, increased engagement across all areas. This is our update. You've heard Mayor speak on this a couple of times with where we are with the microfund program. We have had 196 businesses that will have been served, and you can see the stats there. We are having a celebration on April 8th. All are invited for that. It's going to be at the Coliseum, and we're very excited about that. The official close of program deliverables was last week on the 19th, but we want businesses to complete this program. So when we completed our pilot program, we had completion rate in the mid-90s, and I certainly want to maintain that stat. So we want businesses to complete. So even though deliverables were due last week, we're still going to continue to work with businesses who want to complete to help them get across the finish line. And so I mentioned earlier our business navigation program, and this is, what is this? What is navigation? It's just a better way to support business owners with solutions. And a navigator is that business liaison that connects entrepreneurs to the services to help them start, grow, and thrive. Specifically, this Business District Navigator program is up and running. We were testing it out, under fire, so to speak, with the hurricanes. When the hurricanes came through, the navigators were out in full force, visiting businesses, checking on them, seeing how they were doing, making sure they were aware of Florida's bridge loan program, SBA economic injury programs, and any support that they needed. Most recently, we've been letting them know about the We Are St. Pete grant that is coming about. So that was getting our feet wet. Now it is on now. Since January, we have the business navigators out in all of the 8 districts, so that that they can make sure that business owners are aware of the greenhouse as a resource. We want to soon make sure that the navigators are attending business association meetings and events and making sure that the owners are aware of the greenhouse as a resource. These are the assignments. We do have a couple of vacancies right now at the greenhouse. So our amazing team member from EWD, Tony Chan, he's our floater, and he is making sure that the other districts that do not currently have a navigator are being covered. We are also open to any opportunity for navigators to meet with their council member from that district. So please let us know if you have interest in that. And I noticed I have an incorrect date on our launch. It should be January 2025 on this, but this kind of lets you know what our soft launch looks like. And again, that we are completely operational now, making visits every week with goals, weekly goals of what initial visits should look like and what follow-up visits should look like as well. The idea is that we want the navigator to be that representative from the city. So in addition to sharing information about business support and business resources, if you have an issue with, for instance, let's say a crosswalk recently went up and the sign for the crosswalk is blocking your business sign, let us know and we will reach out to transportation about that. I'm just saying. Or if there's your parking lot is, if there's a lot of traffic around your parking lot and cars are having difficulty getting in and out and maybe there's too many accidents around there, we can reach out to the community policing officer in that area and help with that. Or if you are a business that was just about to launch, or excuse me, your business was about to expand and you were going through the permitting process and then hurricanes came and now your permitting process is extended, reach out to us and we can work with permitting to see how we can help move things along as best that we can. So we are, even though my title is Small Business Liaison, all of the district navigators are actually liaisons as well. And then this slide just talks about some of the new programs in development. Our Creative Capital for Entrepreneurs, and this is a working title. It could change, but we kind of like it for now. This came about as a result to a presentation that I gave to the Arts Advisory Committee, and they were asking how can the greenhouse support our grants program, because we want to require capacity building around that program. And so this is something that's very much in early development, but we're making pretty good progress with this because we have a foundation of the microfund program. So we want to use that same idea of having a navigator and a mentor to support the efforts of those who are receiving the grants from the arts program. The Tech Founders, this is a deliverable coming from our chamber partner. This is something that will be added in the spring of 2025, as you can see here. This is a meetup with a tech founder, and so we're very excited to get this off the ground as well. Our technical assistance program, this will be in collaboration with Office of Supplier Diversity, and we're excited about this program as well, looking for this to launch in the fall, around October or so, and this is to help businesses who have on paper eligibility to be certified with the city, but they're stuck somewhere in the process. So as OSD looks at those applications that are coming through, then on paper their applicants look like they're ready, but why are they not completing the process? So by the time they complete the technical assistance program with the greenhouse, in which 2 weeks of that 9 weeks are actually working with OSD team members to go through that paperwork, by the time they finish the program, they will be certified. So that is the goal of the program, to help that pipeline. And then also another chamber deliverable is working with Saturday Shops on a request that they had for an e-commerce academy. Additionally, it's not up here, but we will be working with our CRA division of our EWD department for 2 additional programs. Obviously, Microfund is, this aspect of it is closing, but that's the what's next of it. So what we're looking at is what can we do next for those businesses who've gone through the program. What I'd like to see us work on is a program where we can next dig into the financials of support for businesses who've gone through the program. So that is still an area that we want to continue to build capacity for those businesses. So that'd be a deeper dive that we have in mind for Microfund 2.0, so to speak. And then the other, I know that George would very much like to see he's working on a facade program, commercial facade program, and he'd like to see capacity building around that program as well. So that's an area that we plan to support. Coming up is Small Business Week in May, and so we have a full slate of activity planned for that, and so more to come on that. I just thought I'd sneak that in there. So looking forward to Small Business Week coming up. And the next is, you have this, in your packets. I just wanted to share just some of the outreach. Outreach is very important to me. So if there's a time to get out there, I'm going to be out there. So, and this is something that I've been sharing with the team, is being involved in the community, getting the word out on the greenhouse. It may or may not be specifically a business event, but it's an opportunity to be out in the community and make sure people are aware of who we are and what we're doing at the greenhouse. So the next couple of slides just share those opportunities for us to get the word out. Before we get to the business owner updates, are there any questions or
Questions from committee members? Councilmember Floyd.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of things. The first one is back on the slides with the demographic information. I just, it's got the percentages. I just wasn't sure like what the percentages meant. Like
So,
what is 63% women? It wasn't jumping out at me.
So out of our participation, I'm sorry. So out of 100% participation in our Microfund program, 63% of our participants were women in the program.
Okay.
So
I see it now, yes. I was just struggling to add up the numbers as well.
Oh, and just so someone may have checked more than one.
Yeah, I realized that.
yes,
Yeah.
and
I realized
some
that.
people
Yeah.
do, and with the race, with race, people do.
And
Yeah.
just to clarify, this is of all clients served at the greenhouse. So the next slide is specific to the Microfund program, but this is of everyone that has come in to do a workshop or meet with a mentor.
Okay.
Sort of that overall demographic breakdown.
Okay, now that I look at it, I see, I understand. Yeah, I realized that I was just missing something, so I figured I'd go back and ask.
No, that's good.
Yeah, okay, and then the only other thing I have right now, well, here, I'll make a comment. It's disturbing that the federal government got rid of the minority and women-owned business resources. It's like they don't want minorities in women-owned businesses. That's what it reads as to me. So I just wanted to put that out there publicly. And then the last thing is the new programs in development, creative capital for entrepreneurs. That's super cool. I love that idea. The name, though, did throw me off because, like, when I saw creative capital for entrepreneurs, I thought it was going to be like creating fundraising methods or something, like ways to get capital. Yeah. So I just wanted to give you that bit of feedback. That's immediately where my mind went. Which that would be cool too, but like anyway, I just wanted to give you that feedback. But that's all I have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Tracy, for the presentation, and I will truly confirm that you have been everywhere. Everywhere you go, you see Tracy. She is there, which I am so glad to brag that she is my navigator because she had me out door to door with her. So she's doing a fantastic job. I just have a few questions. Do you have a recent survey of the business owners that use the greenhouse? When is the last time you've done a survey?
It's time for us to do a survey.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, because I'm always interested in, we love to tell the good stories, but I
Yes.
want to have conversations with those that feel as though they didn't get the services that they need. Not that there is necessarily a bad thing, but also a room for improvement on
Yes.
of that.
Thank you for that. We are surveying in the microfund program, but we need to survey overall.
Overall, because that's what's important, is the
Mhm.
overall piece. The list of businesses that you work with, I saw a huge number of businesses. Are they all in the procurement database as well, or just businesses that came in for navigation or mentoring?
Those are businesses that have access to greenhouse services.
Okay. Looking at those slides, that number where it says total engagement,
Yes.
are those only ones that came in the door, or are you also counting the numbers of people you met at outreach events?
Outreach events, yes, outreach and in the doors.
Okay, do you have a number? Can you split those up?
Okay, I can do that.
Because I would love to see who actually, the numbers that actually walk in the door. And then my last one is for the CRA microfund. I know that we have a lot of small businesses. When I was on the CAC, home businesses really weren't recipients of those dollars, and I'm glad to see that they do have some type of resource. Would them receiving microfund dollars preclude them, and this is probably Brian, from getting additional funding from the South St. Pete CRA?
No, it would not.
Okay, okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Chair Curtis?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'll kind of piggyback quickly off a couple of things that my colleagues said. I agree with Councilmember Floyd. The creative capital threw me off to immediately capital. I thought money. Quick thought, maybe creative collaboration for entrepreneurs. I don't know, but I would agree. Councilmember Fig Sanders talked about being out and shadowing for those contacts out in the district. I'd certainly welcome that opportunity. I know I have a one-on-one, or actually a two-on-one with Candace and Jose next week, so I'll bring that up to them. But I think any opportunity to be out with the greenhouse in our districts is a good one, and I bet everybody would echo that sentiment. One other thing, Councilmember Fig Sanders, and I want to take it one step further. Thank you for asking about procurement database compared to contacts. It would be really important to me to understand, of those people that are walking in the door, are we converting them into the procurement database? Okay. That's supremely important to me. I think that we're getting an update on SBE maybe today. I get mixed up with all the ones we see on a day like today, but I think that this is the stepping stone to that. Yes. Okay, and so understanding how many people we're coming in contact with in comparison to conversion rate, that raises that database, which we know is so important. It is, I think, a data point we definitely want to be following. Piggybacking on that, the only concern I saw is it seems like 9 weeks to become SBE or WMBE certified seems like a long time to me.
We are also providing capacity building around that.
Okay.
So there's information on, introduction to bonding. It's how to create your capability statement. So there's capacity building within that.
All right. I guess if I'll dig into that with Jose on next week. That's helpful. I appreciate that. And then are we tracking? So Jose goes out into District 1. Are we tracking on a weekly basis how many businesses he comes in contact with, who they are, what they do, who they're owned by? Are we tracking that weekly? Or are we doing it monthly?
That's weekly data. So when the navigator visits, so we have our weekly goals, and the navigator enters that information into our CRM. So that information is tracked weekly. So at any time, a navigator, anyone can pull that report on these are the businesses that were visited during a particular week, month, these and who they are and et cetera?
I don't know that it needs to be done weekly, but I'd love that update. I think to know, like, I could follow up during the next month and go and introduce myself, or maybe I saw Jose was in a business the week before. I could go in and just say, hey, you know, and just kind of do a quick follow up. I think that would be super helpful. But otherwise, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to spending time with Candace and Jose next
What
week.
we'd like to eventually get to is mapping that information too.
Even better. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you so much, Ms. Smith, for the presentation. And thank you to the great work that the Greenhouse is doing. As a new council member, this was very helpful and informative for me, so I appreciate it. As you know, we've talked about this before, Ms. Smith. I'm constantly in the community referring people over to the Greenhouse who need services, and I know you deliver on it because they speak your praises, so thank you so much for that. I did have a question regarding 3 specific demographics. Our high school and middle schoolers, our small daycare providers, and then our nonprofits. What services are we providing or have we provided for them?
So we do not have a youth program at this time. So we do not have a youth program. And the second was daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Providers?
Home daycare providers.
So home daycare providers are heavily supported through right now in our South St. Petersburg CRA microfund program. In fact, they are at that top tier of funding, so we recognize the need there. And then your last one?
It was nonprofits.
Nonprofits as well. So nonprofits, we have a couple of nonprofit experts through our mentoring, and we have Nonprofit Connect is one of our cohort programs, and so that is an area that's highly supported at the Greenhouse as well.
And thank you for that. And the latter two, nonprofits and also home daycare providers. I know personally organizations and people individually who you have helped, and I wanted you to go on record to mention that because it wasn't brought up, and I just want to thank you for that because they have grown tremendously when it comes to development, and we all know how important those cognitive years are for our youth. So having home daycare providers with the proper training that they need to provide those services is important. So thank you for that. Going back to what you mentioned earlier with the hub, I'm glad you mentioned that because that's important to be. In my district, we have so many minority-owned businesses, but I don't feel like they get the support that they need because for some of them, you know, just the barrier between where they're located and downtown, you know, it's an issue. When you have business hours that are, you know, parallel to yours, that's tough to be able to get down here. So what is the vision or the goal for connecting with the hub or other organizations, be it in South St. Pete or West St. Pete, for those businesses who are further out? Is there a plan?
So yes, right now we do, through the South St. Petersburg CRA, we offer office hours, and we are looking to expand that. So right now that is operated out of Enoch Davis. We are expanding that to the greenhouse services as well to make sure that we are getting out to where those businesses are. We also see the Business Navigation District Program being one of the solutions to that. So understanding, Councilmember, thank you for that. You're exactly right. Their office hours are our office hours. And so it is very challenging for someone to get downtown and to attend a workshop. We want to make sure that we are getting to where those businesses are. And one of the things that we have been working on for the last, really since COVID, and then Tracy has done a phenomenal job of this, is making sure that our catalog is all online. So we understand not everyone has the ability to make it downtown. Not everybody wants to make it downtown to attend a workshop, whether that's during the day or at night. But we are in the process of converting really everything to being hybrid. So if you're not able to make it into the greenhouse or into Enoch Davis, that's all right. You still can participate in our workshops either through a hybrid event, like live event, or going back and watching one of those workshops that has taken place in the last month or two.
That is great news, and I hope in our outreach we're communicating that to people. Hey, you don't have to come down here. These services are online. They can come to you. And then also the arts program that you mentioned earlier, it was capacity building for arts. Do you see us providing those same services for arts organizations? Have we done that?
We are in the past. So there is a program through our local arts organization that has that program. So we at the Greenhouse, we don't want to be duplicative. And so we're trying to fill a gap right now, like for our city arts program where the need is. So there is an existing program for that. And so we're being responsive to the request of our city arts program. And this is reminding me of when I gave the presentation to our city arts organization. What we're trying to share is the business aspect of it is very much, it's the same. It really is the same, and that's the message that we wanted to get across to artists. Now, nonprofit, there's some differences there, but for the different areas, the different affinity areas, that business aspect is the same, and the approach is very much the same. And so, we're happy to take that model and use that model. We learning a lot through the microfund program, and we see replicating that model when we receive that ask in different areas.
It's good to hear. My last question, Chair. Have we had any collaboration with the Tampa Bay Black Business Investment Corporation?
Yes, thank you for raising. Why didn't I use that?
No worries.
Why did I mention that?
And do we foresee a use agreement with them?
Yes, so TBBIC is one of our partners, and they present workshops with us at least once a month. And we are actually including them in our Small Business Week celebration as well with Brent and with Albert regularly. So any type of special events, any type of resources, they are always included.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Councilmember, if I may, just to follow up on 2 points, because I think they're really excellent. We do a lot of engagement across different city departments. So your question regarding youth in high school, we work very closely with Dr. Brown as she goes out into the community and understands the needs from youth. She brings that back to us, and that's how we sort of devise our programming and our needs. Very similarly, we work very closely with Celeste Davis. We're all part of CDA there, so we regularly have meetings, and that's really where this to be renamed Creative Capital for Entrepreneurs has stemmed from. Hearing from her the needs that she is seeing through those arts organizations. So although this program doesn't necessarily target the organizations in general, we're getting that constant feedback. And so she really serves as almost the liaison to us as we build out these programs and understand the needs that are coming from those organizations to make sure that we're tailoring it to what those organizations are asking for.
Well, I'm so happy that you're hearing that. I've had the opportunity to visit 2 high schools and 1 middle school in the past couple of weeks, and they each have entrepreneurship academies within the schools. And I'm like, have you ever heard of this place called the Greenhouse? Yeah. Shouting your praises again, Ms. Smith. And they're like, no, we haven't. We'd love to take a field trip over there, invite them over here so that we can learn more information, because these kids, they have the vision, they have the model, they just need the execution. You know, and I think if we could support them in that endeavor, you never know, we might have some Fortune 500 companies up and coming in St. Pete.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Fig-Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I have another quick question. Since we were talking OSD and procurement, I know OSD, there is a minimum annual revenue requirement, correct?
Right.
And is it still $100,000 a year?
I am not sure, but we would get that information.
Okay, because I know we're getting an OSD update today as well, but I do know going into it, a business has to have a certain revenue to get those services, which brings me back to Council Chair's question in regards to procurement. Now, procurement doesn't have that same annual revenue requirement, does it? Because I'm trying to put the two together. How is them working with the greenhouse going to relate to them moving to the next end game of being a registered vendor with the city and then getting those services from with OSD when OSD has a revenue requirement, a minimum?
So you talking about in our the TAP program, or just
whichever, whichever.
Right. So our TAP program, those participants will come recommended to us from OSD. So these are people who have met those requirements and are just not making it through their process.
Okay.
So
you just answered my question. They have to make a certain revenue in order to be a part of that. And and I would love to know how that would impede on them becoming eligible to be in our procurement database. Okay, so that's a question that I need answered whenever we can have that one-on-one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Great questions from everyone. I know, just going back to the youth opportunities portion, the city does have programming outside of the greenhouse that supports that. So we've got, and I think that comes out of the mayor's office directly, right? But I'm sure that there's a connection with the greenhouse on that.
Yes, thank you for that.
I can't
There
think
are
of
a
the
lot
name.
of
Yeah.
programs that Dr. Brown executes on, as well as our department. So our partnership with Boley for the after-school program and the summer internship program is operated out of Economic and Workforce Development. So there are a lot of services that are offered. They're just not offered directly through the greenhouse. And
Right.
that is a partnership that we would be more than happy to grow and expand upon and get out to the schools that are having entrepreneurship programs, to bring them to the greenhouse, have them meet with mentors and navigators to just explore. This is kind of what the life of an entrepreneur is, to enhance what they are learning through those programs.
Mm-hmm. The Maritime and Defense Technology Hub hosts school groups on a pretty regular basis. And so I'm wondering if, as you have conversations with Allison, I wonder if a field trip could include the greenhouse and the hub. So it's, here's where the support happens, and then the hub is the real world application. So there could be, and they're not far apart, so there could be an opportunity there to combine the two for a really great field trip experience.
Mm-hmm.
The Creative Capital for Entrepreneurs, the arts program that's in development. Of course, I'm excited about that. And I know, Brian, we had a short conversation about it. I'm looking forward to having more discussions to see how that can dovetail with my proposal to create the Artist Sustainability Fund. I see some real opportunities there to add my idea to what you're already working on. And I'm hoping that we have something together where at the April meeting of this committee, which is our next scheduled one, we don't have one in March, but I may be putting that on the agenda just to have the initial discussion. It's also budget time, so I want to make sure if we're going to fund this, we've got the ask in. Thank you for all that you've done on this so far. And it is encouraging to have this along with the resources that are offered by the St. Pete Arts Alliance, because they, for many years, they have been offering programs to help artists artists can, often they are great at what they create, but they don't necessarily have that business side up to speed. And so the Arts Alliance really helps our artists and makers to be able to develop a good business plan, run their finances, and be successful as a business, which is one of the things that makes St. Petersburg so unique and so great, is that our artists here actually do it for a living and not just as a hobby. So anything that we can do to help grow that part of our economy is fantastic. On the list of the outreach that's been done, and you list the business and neighborhood association meetings, I think with that one, that's just a sampling, but not an inclusive list.
Correct. This is not exhaustive.
Right. As you plan attendance at future meetings, and as you plan the district walks, things like that, the Edge Business District, the Downtown Business Association, the Innovation District not only has meetings for the whole district, but they have Brian, they have committees, or they have additional meetings just based on the category of business. So there's an ocean team, there's medical, all of that. So there could be some opportunities there. And then I want us to not forget the Saturday morning market, which although not everyone at the market is local, is a St. Pete-based business. They are from the region. And for many of them, the Saturday morning market is their pop-up space on a regular basis for a good part of the year. So I think that's a great place to find new people to connect with who aren't at the brick and mortar stage, and maybe they don't want to be, but there are ways that we can help them out. So don't forget about the market, and that does go through the end of May. So that could be something that's highlighted as part of Small Business Week, which is May 4th through the 10th. Some good events listed here that you're participating in or hosting. I was wondering, beyond this, what kind of marketing will be done? Because I know in the past, our marketing team has done a wonderful job of highlighting specific businesses from all around our city and really putting a spotlight on those entrepreneurs. So is there like a robust marketing plan for this?
We are working, yes, we have regular meetings with marketing, who will be assisting us with marketing, yes. Go ahead.
And the Greenhouse has its own newsletter as well. And in the Greenhouse newsletter, there is always a featured business or two. And that's, again, Brittany and her phenomenal work going out interviewing and doing questions with those business owners to really not only showcase the business itself to the community, but showcase what makes that business unique and what makes that business owner tick, if you will. So we continue to expand upon that. And then the other thing, Chair, that I will just sort of preview with our May EWD committee meeting, which thank you for bringing this to our attention. It was after we put these slides together, but we've got a upcoming conversation on a legacy business program. And this is something that Chair Driscoll reached out to me to want to discuss. That there's several cities that are doing this right now. Most recently, Atlanta is looking into it, and Councilmember Driscoll, Chair Driscoll, wanted to make sure that we are on that list as well. So Brian is doing some research on that from her side. Brittany is doing research on that from our side, and we intend in May to come to you with a proposed plan for our legacy businesses, whether that is someone that's been in operation for 15 years, 30 years, to make sure that we're really showcasing what makes St. Petersburg unique. And those businesses that have been able to survive a very changing environment over the last 30 plus years in St. Petersburg have the tools, skills, and resources necessary to make sure they're able to survive and thrive over the next 30 years as well.
Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to it. And I'll just as a preview, I'll let you know that what we're finding is that this is a program that is not going to cost a ton of money. In order to achieve that and really take our longstanding local businesses and provide the additional resources and support that they need to continue thriving, especially right now as we seems like we have outside businesses coming in every single day. We want to make sure that our longstanding businesses don't get lost in the shuffle. So looking forward to that, and thank you for the work that you've already done on that with us. Okay, any other questions? All right, good. Well, thank you so much, and thanks to the entire team for all that you do to support our local businesses. It means a lot.
Thank you so much.
Do we have, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have a meeting coming up in March, the next meeting?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maybe bring our businesses up to share a few words. They're here.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was at the end of the PowerPoint. I'm like, okay. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Okay. I'd like to start with Ms. Jennifer Schultz from the Merchant Purveyor.
Yes.
Thank you. Come on.
I'm sorry, from where? I couldn't hear.
From the Merchant.
Merchant.
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. And thanks for joining us today.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Schultz. I'm the owner of the Merchant Purveyor of Local Goods and the Chryslip Cafe. We're located on the 600 block of Central. We're veteran and artist owned. I'm a veteran. My husband has been an artist since we were kids. And so we've been in business about 8 years. Our business, again, supports creatives. Maybe just move the adjective, capital for creative entrepreneurs, or capital for creatives, just move the adjective. Sorry, I was a teacher too. But we support over 100 local artists, makers, and craftspeople that we meet at local art fairs and try to provide them a space 363 days a year, because we're only closed 2 days a year, for them to sell their wares. We're also a craft coffee house, and we launched the first Tuscany wine window. We were very fortunate to have the greenhouse staff come out actually in December and do a little bit of a video and an interview for us and promote us right before the holidays, so we appreciate that. I'm an entrepreneur educator as well. I've been doing it for 10 years. I'm the director of the Tampa Bay Women's Business Center. We're very similar to SCORE, a little bit worried we might get cut by DOGE because we're funded by the SBA. So we've been putting in a lot of paperwork recently to justify that being a woman is actually not a DEI initiative. It's biological. So that's kind of what we've been dealing with. The greenhouse has really been integral. When we opened the business 8 years ago, I was taking as many classes as I could, because even as an educator of it myself, there's always new stuff to learn. And the programming they put together is really well done. I've recently, this past year, attended the GAP program. I've also attended the JMI Small Business Executive Program that was hosted at the Greenhouse. I found them to really, just be super, super helpful for our business. One of the things, as a brick and mortar business owner in St. Pete, the biggest challenge, as we all know, is just rising costs, inflation, higher labor costs. So it's really been challenging. The one initiative I missed, I love the storefront corridor conservation program that took place several years ago, because obviously if you're on Beach Avenue or Central Avenue, you're paying that primo rent that you might not be paying everywhere else. And so I'd love to see something like that again. I liked hearing a little bit about the business district navigators. And the one thing I think is challenging, though, is when you're coming to the business and either I might not always be there, or it might just be staff there. So how would communication best happen? Or it's in the middle of our workday, and we're dealing with customers, and it's kind of hard to have that conversation. So I would actually love to see there being some kind of meetings put together where we can come, different people from the districts, and actually talk about some obstacles to our success, and maybe ways we can see that St. Pete could maybe help that, just something like that. So, but I think just wanted to come and take my time to let you guys know what a good job the Greenhouse is doing. We recommend everybody to them as well. So
thank you so much, and thanks for that feedback too on the ways that they can be more helpful.
Yep. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
Thanks.
So next we'll have Miss Muriel.
Should I stand up? Sure. Okay.
No, sit down.
You can have a seat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marielle Gallagher, and I'm the owner of MG Graphics. So it's an absolute honor to be here today. I want to share my journey as a woman-owned, Hispanic-owned business, and how the Greenhouse has transformed not only my business, but also my life. In 2018, I launched MG Graphics as a freelance graphic designer with a simple vision to help small business owners look their best, whether through a professional-looking logo, an engaging website, or a standout social media presence. But as many of you know, passion alone doesn't build a business. I quickly realized that running a company meant tackling challenges that went far beyond just making pretty things. As a mother, daughter, and entrepreneur, I faced moments of doubt and uncertainty, times when I questioned if I was truly on the right path. Then everything changed when I discovered the Greenhouse. One of the first events I attended was 1 Million Cups, where I met fellow entrepreneurs and heard their stories. For the first time, I realized I wasn't alone on this journey. I also uncover a wealth of resources through the Greenhouse, the SBDC, and SCORE that provided the guidance I desperately needed. After exploring these resources, I reached out to the greenhouse about their mentorship program, and that's when I had the incredible opportunity to work with my mentor, Sean and Jill. Her mentorship didn't just refine my business strategy, but empower me to believe in myself even when things felt very uncertain. One program that I truly stood out for me was the Goal Achievement Program, led by the incredible Sheila Neisler and Amanda Meyer. I thought they were going to be here. Their guidance helped me stay committed, adapt to challenges, and chart a clear path toward both personal and professional growth. So I'm happy to say today that MJ Graphics is a thriving business. Not only my business is fueling my passion, but also allows me to help other entrepreneurs shine, supporting small businesses by building strong professional brands in a competitive market. So I am deeply grateful to the Greenhouse and everyone who makes these opportunities possible. Thank you for being part of this amazing community, and thank you for all your time today. And let's continue to inspire, support, and empower each other on this journey to success.
Oh, thank you. That was wonderful.
Otherwise, it would be lost. Thank you. Mr. Johnny, we'll have you next.
Oh, me.
Yes, you.
All right. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for inviting me here. My name is Johnny Chapman. I am a Army veteran, served in Kuwait and a little bit in Iraq back in 2000. I am now the owner and creator of Now Hour Incorporation. It's a nonprofit organization, and our organization is mentoring, but not just only mentoring. So I'll start off with this. I spoke with a young man that I'm mentoring a while ago. He asked me, why do people tell me that I'm going to go far? I'm like, what do you mean? He said, this guy told me I'm gonna go far in life. I said, what did you do? He said, I wrote a paper. I said, oh, you must have met his expectations or exceeded it. And I jokingly said, what, do you want a disingenuous appreciation or something like that? He said, yeah, that's what I'm used to. So, and I asked him, what does your mentee say? Because he's also mentoring a high school student. He said he feels the same way. So we all sat down, we had a conversation, and we went over and delved deep into things such as value, appreciation, and gratitude. So, my organization is about involving credible messengers. But we're going to start with vets. Those are our credible messengers. And what we're going to do is we're going to mentor college students. I have 5 mentors now. We are mentoring college students. And then we're going to take those college students, and then they are going to start mentoring high school students. Now, what that is doing is create intergenerational dialogue and relationship building. And what we're doing is bridging the gap between the veteran and we're bridging the gap between the high school students. And the reason why we're doing it that way is because it's easier for a high school student to reach a goal of graduation than a goal of retirement. So, and they look favorable toward those who are only a few years older than those who are decades older, which I have found to be true. Now, I do want to say that I have participated in the greenhouse, and I received a grant, thank you, Tracy, as a veteran for the Entrepreneur Academy, and I've learned a lot. I learned a lot. They taught me how to, they mentored me, they supported me, they gave me the resources that I need to survive, and that has become the foundation of my pillar for my organization. We're going to mentor college students, we're going to support them, we're going to give them the resources, and we're going to give them the opportunity to not only survive, but build a community and create a chain reaction that will continue to go throughout these generations. And I wouldn't not have learned that if it wasn't for me going to the Greenhouse, the GAP program, as well as the Entrepreneur Academy. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnny.
Thank you.
Wow. And finally, last but certainly not least, Ms. Desiree Robertson.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you, Tracy and everyone, for having me here. I'm Desiree Robertson. I am the owner and founder of a company called Soul to Root Wellness, and it's a locally business in South St. Pete. It's a home-based business, and so I was one of the last cohort members to receive the microfund CRA grant, and it's actually my first grant. I'm not a native to St. Pete. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, so been here almost 6 years, and just happy to be able to plant my feet and be able to do the work here. One of the things I wanted to highlight is the mentorship program. I had an amazing mentor, Deborah S. with the SBDC with my microfund grant. We identified that it would be real important for me to have mobile technology in order to go out and do the training. So we focus at Soul to Root on intentional travel. So I believe that all of our young people, I'm in the youth mentoring field. I've been a mentoring professional and in the nonprofit space almost 25 plus years. And being able to go into communities that might not have the technology needed in order to deliver high quality training to their mentors and to their young people and their programs. That was one aspect of the microfund grant for me. The other was the ability to actually receive certifications, national certifications. So I just completed one of them in Articulate 360 so that I could be able to actually build out online programming to actually increase the access for those who are not able to actually afford in-person trainings. I will receive my second certification in November. Also, it's around the same line in storyline, so being able to make it interactive and fun so people actually want to take the trainings and learn from them. So, it's just been a very amazing journey for me. I was an employee for 25 years, and I, like Joe, I think that was his name, who sent in his. I made the leap last summer with the help of my husband. Johnny is my husband, and so that's how I even got to the greenhouse, because he was in the Entrepreneurial Academy last spring. I decided to do the Entrepreneurial Academy in the fall and also apply for the microfund grant. So I'm just excited about the opportunities that I have to make this all just flourish. And with the help of the greenhouse and this, I have made my first real connection with Academy Prep. And so I've trained some of their mentors and also working to help them to enhance their actual mentoring program so they can expand even out into Tampa Bay. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And thank you to Tracy and the team and our navigators and our mentors.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Wow. Hearing from the people who have had such a positive impact from the work that you and the team has done, it's so inspiring. So thank you. And I hope that you see this as a reflection of your commitment and all that you guys put into this. I've got tears in my eyes. I'm just this is really special. Thank you. Thanks for all that you're doing. And I can't wait to hear what's next. All right. Thank you. Does anyone have any final questions? Okay, great. So our next meeting for the Economic and Workforce Development Committee will be on April 24th, 2025. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work. Cut. Did it!
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing. And we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of centrifuge where this goes in, this goes in, this goes in, this goes in, this goes, and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in 2008, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time you Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. we do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment's been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. If they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries, so yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center. With 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings, it's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. 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 The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20. And some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it. Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise. The world needs you in it.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trails, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
That Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lansing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Tampa Bay's Congresswoman Kathy Castor. I'm so happy to be home here in St. Pete. Just got back from Washington late yesterday. We are going to honor some real community heroes today. We're so grateful for this community. The last time I was here in the police department was, it was kind of the command center after Hurricane Helene, or during Hurricane Helene and Milton. And Mayor, thank you for your leadership throughout the storm season. We have a lot of work to do on rebuilding, but can you come up and say good morning before we get started? Great.
Y'all give Congresswoman Castor a hand, please. Congresswoman Castor, I want to thank you for your leadership, not only during a storm event, but every day of the year for our community and for our city. You're right. This is kind of this brings back memories. I was looking at Amber, walking back in this room. It was 5 months ago that we were in this room dealing with Milton, and it's a testament to our community, to the folks in this room, how far we've come in 5 months, how we pulled together as a community. Today we honor not only community members, but also members of our St. Pete team who, even going through those storms, they were personally affected. And I can tell you, even as I was doing press conferences in this room, I did not know that some of our team leaders who were in the press conference were dealing with 4 feet of water in their home at the time. So they didn't know if they had a home to go home to, yet they were doing the best thing for our community. And we came through it strongly. We came through it with our community being safe because of the work of team members across our community, but I want to focus on the City of St. Pete teams who, in several departments, made sure folks were safe, folks were moved out of harm's way, and then folks were able to go back to their neighborhoods when it was safe to do so. And that's really a testament to the folks who you're going to recognize. So I want to thank you for making this recognition happen. I also want to thank our team members on the St. Pete City Council, and Councilmember Deborah Fix-Sanders is with us today, so thank you for your partnership as well. And to all our city council members and our city team, thank you for making us, I think, set the standard for public service in the City of St. Pete. And Congresswoman Castor, thank you for recognizing them today. So thank you all for being here.
You know, I've grown up here, lived here all my life, and I know many of you have as well, and this really was the worst hurricane season in our lifetimes, and causing so much damage to people's homes, their livelihoods. But what I saw during these unprecedented times was unprecedented heroism and commitment from public servants. And I'm grateful to Mayor Welch, Councilwoman Fig-Sanders, and I see Nikki Capehart from the Urban League. That was an important backstop for neighbors. Chief Holloway, Chief Watts, all of you in this room, all of the first responders. What I witnessed at that time was just incredible commitment to our neighbors. There are a few people who really deserve a pat on the back, though, and public acknowledgement. So I've been doing these Hurricane Hero acknowledgements. It was because in the aftermath, especially during that time between Helene and then the stress of Milton, looking like a buzzsaw out in the Gulf, there were people who just were undaunted and said, we're going to get through this no matter what. And then when Milton dumped more rain than we've ever seen in our lifetimes and flooded people out and they lost power, it simply marked one of the most challenging times in this community. But again, the people who stood up are absolute heroes, and we simply didn't want months to pass without thanking them publicly and making sure that their service and commitment was held up. So we're going to acknowledge each of these recipients today. They were nominated. We put out a call for Hurricane Heroes to make sure we were capturing the heroism. And the first was nominated by St. Pete Police Chief Tony Holloway and St. Pete Fire Chief Keith Watts, Amber Bolding. Why don't you all come on up, because I'm going to I'm going to tell everybody of what you did. Amber's with the St. Petersburg Fire Department. She was nominated for her exemplary leadership and unwavering dedication during the hurricanes. Most notably, during Hurricane Helene, she and her family were experiencing being flooded out of her own home. Her husband and children were being evacuated, but Amber stayed true to her commitment to her neighbors and stayed on the job, guiding the city's emergency response. She refused, it was never even a question that she was going to leave her post. That's the kind of public servant she is. She worked to ensure the safety of this community. Her selflessness and commitment to the well-being of all of our neighbors across St. Petersburg simply exemplified the highest standards of public service. Nothing short of heroic. So Amber and Chief, do you want to come up, Chief, and brag a little bit about this extraordinary public service?
I most certainly will. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Castor, and thank you, Mayor, for your guidance and leadership through the hurricanes. Amber, if you look up in the dictionary, I'm sorry, I'm dating myself. If you Google, best emergency manager, you will find a picture of Amber. So Congresswoman Castor laid out some of the reasons why Amber was nominated, but I think I will speak on the character of Amber, and obviously, as was mentioned, Amber did a tremendous job guiding us through those hurricanes, and even in fact, while going through some of the personal challenges. And a lot of us didn't know, Mayor, that Amber was going through some of that until midway through it. So Amber, again, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with you. You are a tremendous asset for not only the fire department, but for the fire rescue department, but for the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you for everything that you do.
I'll try to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. So, first, thank you so much, Congresswoman Castor. The Congresswoman has been here, a familiar face in our Emergency Operations Center, from well before the storms, during the storms, through the storms, and still advocating for our community. So first and foremost, thank you so much. And just the spirit of these awards and traveling around and honoring people who put in the work, whew, it's very appreciated. Walking into this media room, like Mayor, I haven't been in here since, the press conferences. And at first I thought, this will be easy because, I'm not talking about bad news. I get to come, something positive. And that's not true. This is much scarier. I feel like I need to look up a weather forecast. Thank you. This means a lot. It's really easy. And I want to say, I'm just doing my job, right? This is what I'm hired to do. It was certainly a challenging year. We say it takes a village, and it truly does. And it's not just my village at home. My husband, my kids are here. They got, put through the ringer as well. Stand up. Without my home village, I certainly couldn't do what I do. But my family here at work, my city, my city family, my fire family, not only with the wonderful city team that I'm surrounded by that helps make my job much easier, especially in those types of situations. Everybody's a leader and everybody steps up and everybody's the hurricane hero. But even further than that, so that I could stay at work, when I went home to try to pull drywall and dry out my house, after working here all day, sometimes there were people at my house, I weren't even sure who they were, that was wheeling out, wet drywall, and I'm just like, wow, just the support that just surrounded us. I am forever grateful for that. To my fire family who came out and, measured the drywall, cutting out drywall, hauling it out for us, the village is really what I take from that, what I'm so thankful for here at the city. So thank you, Mayor, our council, so supportive. our Congress, thank you so much for what you do. And very humbled. Again, this is way scarier than dealing with a hurricane right now. So I appreciate all of you for coming out, and to the fellow award members. You are all amazing. Thank you.
Amber, I'm so glad that your family could be here to see this too. Next is Lenny Rowe and Jacoby Chambliss. They were nominated by Claude Tankersley, our Public Works Director here in St. Pete. So Lenny and Jacoby, would you all come up? All right, so let's face it, during the storms, it was pretty dangerous to be out on the roads. You had people who didn't evacuate, who at the last minute or after the storms were trying to hit the roads. There were emergency responders on the streets. And it was pretty dangerous because as we lost power and the wind and floods knocked out a lot of public services, it really took a hammer to our traffic signals. Lenny and Jacoby went above and beyond. They are experts here with the Traffic Operations Division for the city. They were working days and nights during the entire emergency, even as the storm surge, the winds, and Milton included, they bared down on us. They worked to restore 200 signalized intersections that were severely damaged, just completely knocked out during the storms. So I want to thank you. You all have probably saved lives because people were frantic. They were trying to get out of harm's way. As their homes flooded, many of them just took to the streets just trying to find a safe place to go. And you all made sure that they could get there safely, working day and night. Really, you went above and beyond, and I'm so grateful for your service. Claude, what do you think? Can you come and share a little bit about their story?
So I can't add too much more than what the Congresswoman said, but I do want to hit on the point about the over 200 intersections. We have just over 300 intersections within the city of St. Pete. So 2/3 of our intersections were damaged during the storm. And normally during a storm, we might lose power to an intersection, but the signal heads are still there, the cabinets are still working. In this case, we had signal heads completely lost. They were hanging by a thread. We had cabinets that had to be completely replaced. And so this team had to get all of that up and running as quickly as possible. And we are indebted to you and very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Come on, Miss Lynn. Well, like she said, yeah, we had quite a time during the storms. Like you said, over 200 intersections. Seems like more than that. Yeah. Over 200 intersections were down, and like you said, we lost a lot of power. We lost a lot of signals, a lot of cabinets that we got to get replaced and restored. It was a tough time, but traffic signals team, they all stood up. I'd like them to stand up and give yourself a hand. We got Mr. Jackson, AJ Clinton. Yeah, this is some of my traffic signal team. We got our director over here. He put together a good team to get these things done. Not only the intersections, but we did preparation for the storm with the sandbags, and we did countless hours of sandbagging. So I just want to thank everybody. It's a special award. we do it for no recognition, but it's always nice to be recognized. So we appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did good. You recognize the team. As long as you recognize the team, I'm good.
Come on, Miss Selena. And I also want to thank my mom, dad. Thank my mom and dad. Thank my wife. My wife also came out today. And I appreciate you guys showing up, showing me the support.
And actually,
thank you.
What I was going to say, ditto. I want to thank my daughter and my wife for their support. They did. You did the team.
Good job.
Did he look sharp or what? Like it. Like it. Next is Nancy Dunham, who was nominated by Nikki Gaskin Capehart, the CEO of Pinellas County Urban League. Nancy, come on. You're going to love this story. Nancy Dunham is a small business owner here in St. Pete, of Fancy Nancy Professional Services, and she's a navigator for the Pinellas County Urban League's Next Level Urban Alliance Entrepreneurial Center. She was instrumental in crafting an impromptu hometown recovery haulers program to remove debris after the storms. You all know what the streets look like here in St. It was unlike anything we had ever seen, and so frustrating because it was the tangible mark of the pain and destruction and the draw on our wallets. And you know, people were very frustrated, I know, because it stayed out there for days, and you're used to the swift pickup of everything in St. Pete. But the extent of this was unlike anything we have ever seen. So the hometown recovery haulers was a stroke of genius. By working with small hauling businesses, the City of St. Pete, the Urban League, and community leaders, Nancy's hard work and leadership earned local hauling small businesses close to $1.5 million as they were out on the street getting it done. They hauled over 5,247 loads to collection sites, and really helped move the City of St. Pete into this disaster response into a real recovery, and brought people peace of mind and helped us get back on our feet. What do you think, Nikki? What can you say?
I actually want to ask Council Member
Deborah,
to come
yeah,
forward,
come on.
because it was her and myself and Dr. Tomlin and Gypsy Gallardo.
That sounds like a get it done team.
Yeah, so we all come to this work from a place of having collaborated before together. And we knew that there would be some opportunities for the community to step in, because I've always said before, government cannot do it alone. And so as an Urban League partner, working with all of our elected officials and our community groups, and then our grassroots entrepreneurs who really understand and could make the connection, like Nancy did, to those other haulers, so that we can continue to build generational wealth and share some of the love across the spectrum of disaster recovery. And that is what we wanted to do. We were all determined from the beginning to work on recovery and resiliency, and this was one of those innovative programs that we should all be proud of, and other cities are taking note and modeling what we're doing here in St. Pete. So let's not take that for granted. Thank you so much, Nancy, for answering the charge, getting people registered immediately. We were all just everything we could to get people there as soon as possible to take advantage of this opportunity. So we just want to thank you again. Councilmember Fake Sanders, you want to say anything?
Ditto. No. Okay. Oh gosh. So first and foremost, I want to thank you guys all for being here. On behalf of the hometown haulers, first and foremost, what I do want to do is take a moment of silence in the midst of this hurricanes. We have lost 2 of my haulers. To me, it's like my haulers because they are part of my program per se. So I do want to do a moment of silence to Mr. Patrick Ruffin, and then we also had a Clinton Blue, who passed away unfortunately after this here happened. So they're no longer with us. If you guys don't mind, please take a moment of silence for them. All right, thank you guys. Now, as far as the Hometown Haulers program goes in itself, I would definitely have to give a big shout out to Miss Nikki K. Part of the Urban League in itself, just for one, believing in me, and 2, giving me the opportunity to actually reach out to my local community. In the midst of that there, I was able to accumulate all those people quickly because one thing about it, haulers, no haulers, tours, no tours, plumbers, no, so it's just a network. All you have to do is get the word out. What I will say in the midst of me recruiting these people here is that I was able to have intimate conversations with them, conversations that they would not have shared on a regular day with other people. In the midst of one of these conversations, what I want to share with you guys is just one person, and privacy-wise, I won't say who it is, but they actually divulged and told me that they were a second away from taking their life, meaning that they were $1,500 short of being the man of their household. He's a husband, so he's a provider. And he's been constantly trying to get, employed with the city, trying to do different jobs, to keep his house afloat and just be that man that his father taught him to be. This program allowed him to make, well, originally, he was also grateful too. Originally, the program started off at $200 a load. Shortly after, our mayor of St. Pete increased their pay to additional $100, so they went up to $100. He didn't care. He was out there with the $200. But $300 a load, he was able to change that deficit that he had in his household. Since then, he has opened up an LLC. He's currently working with the Pinellas County Urban League with their Next Level Alliance unit. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for that program in itself. That program has continued that momentum of this hometown haulers, and they're recruiting intentionally small businesses of the community to help them advance whatever areas they were suffering in. They have programs. They're connected naturally with the greenhouse, SMBC. There are so many programs that they naturally have resources with, and they're willing to put these people with it. We have seen success in it, so I'm definitely happy to be a part of that program. Ms. Nikki did take me on as one of her business navigators there, so and despite that, I do have one of my haulers in this audience with me also, who I'd like to share my stage with also. I'm not one person who takes all the credit for anything, but I do share my space also. I do want to say a special thank you to our mayor, Mayor Welch in general, because sometimes, even though he's the mayor, he does not make these options. These things happen by himself. So the fact that he was pushing these issues and believed in the community, and I have a advantage of this also. I'm part of his leadership alliance. And within his pillars of his leadership alliance, he states that he wants to keep all his money in the city of St. Pete. What is the best way to keep it? We have money. Let's find our local people. Let's give it to them. And then, because keep in mind, most of us do not want to leave St. Pete. We're being forced to leave. There's not like, we have things we want to do here, but if we had the income and, our businesses are flourishing, we will stay longer. So I do want to call right now Mr. Ronald Gibson just to do a brief release of his experience with that. Mr. Gibson was one of my original placard holders. That's what the city of St. Pete called them, placard holders. And in the midst of him coming in, I actually spoke to him separately and told him to subcontract so that we can have additional people in more households be able to get covered with that money that was available for him. And he was one of the people that took that lead for me, and I appreciate you for that also. All right, Mr.
How's everyone?
Great.
This program, it allowed us to, I hired, I believe, 30 people. We started 5 businesses, LLCs, one being a chicken wing business. Also, we have a tree service, and also my son, who just turned 20, who was part of the program, he started his own hauling company. We were trying to. This was the first time. I have a remodeling business, so I'm used to always trying to help people. I put my remodeling business on hold to help because it was crazy to ride to $1 million houses to go work and see all these people whole life belongings in front that I knew I can do something to help. Ms. Nancy reached out to me and gave me an opportunity to put some things together. We put our heads together, and it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. We definitely cleaned up the city. We wish it could have lasted longer, but I think we know what to do if we run into this problem again. And it was a beautiful thing. I thank everyone who was involved in it, especially who gave Ms. Nancy this opportunity to do this, because I mean, I met so many great people out there, not just the workers, the haulers, but the homeowners as well. And yeah, it was a good thing that you all guys came collectively together to put this program together. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Mayor, that must make you feel. So were you wiping your eye a little bit? You had something in your eye? Because isn't that so true, how important it is to keep the dollars circulating locally rather than try to bring in outside contractors, because those dollars circulate and they help lift up everyone. Next, Roger Johnson, who's an engineering design manager with the stormwater division here at the city. He was nominated by Claude Tankersley. This is another great story because Roger led the efforts to develop the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, for involving all of the stormwater he's done this in the 4 months since Milton. SPAR is an accelerated approach to strengthening the city's infrastructure, ensuring long-term resilience in the face of climate challenges. And this really shined a light on a lot of the weaknesses, and we better prepare now, and it's better to spend those repair dollars making our infrastructure stronger and more resilient, because it's going to save us money the next time we're hit by a storm. During this time, he was also dealing with the loss of his own Shore Acres home from Hurricane Helene. He also had to deal with the deaths of 2 primary family members in the same 4-month period. But he never stopped taking care of the city, while he was also taking care of his storm-displaced family. Roger, you're an example of the unbelievable talent here in the city of St. Petersburg, that you would devote your time and talents to making this community stronger at a time when you're personally dealing with so much pain is simply an example for all of us. We can all, no matter what your challenge in life, take the example of Roger and understand that you're not alone out there, that there are a lot of folks going through so much.